Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Wednesday, the 3rd of May, for our City Council run sheet. Can we please all welcome everyone and welcome to the council meeting. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia.
Whakatā te hi ki tu
Whakatā.
ti tonga, kia maka kia mātata ki tā, e ia ataku, e tia, e luka, e houi, te mōreo.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of apologies. I've got Tyler and Victoria for lateness. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Pauline, seconder. All those in favour? Thank you very much. And Jamie and Mark are on Zoom. Are you feeling a bit better, Mark?
No, not at this stage. Still.
No, sorry to hear that. Right. We have no declarations of interest, so we'll move on to item 3, public participation. And I'd like to welcome Jan Harrison from the Friendship Force, who's here to tell us some more about the club and to share the greetings from abroad. Welcome.
Morena everyone, and thank you for the warm welcome. I'm here today as Acting President of Friendship Force Christchurch to tell you just a little bit about what Friendship Force is and what it does and why it's important to the city, and also to pass on 2 letters from the mayors of clubs, of the places that our clubs who recently visited us come from in Australia at this stage. So Friendship Force was formed 45 years ago in America, and it's an international organisation in over 300 countries. The Christchurch Club is 38 years old, and there are 10 clubs in New Zealand now. Sadly, when I first joined in 2010, there were 21, but that has now reduced. The mission is to promote global understanding across the barriers that separate people, and how we do that is through learning about each other's cultures through homestays, which is a very different experience when you visit another country or another city than just being a tourist. The Friendship Force network is global, and it connects people who value and respect diversity and believe peace can be built one friendship at a time. World peace is a lofty goal, but little by little we are learning about other cultures and exposing them to ours. And the idea is that it's very difficult to make war against a friend. The Christchurch Club hosts internationally twice a year. Madison, Wisconsin from USA is coming in November. And next year we have an outward journey to Cairo in Egypt, which is exciting. We've hosted clubs from 14 countries since we began. And we've had lifelong friendships. Personally, David and I, my husband, have made lifelong friendships with people in Japan, Taiwan, in Belgium, in Hungary, the list goes on. So through home hosting and meaningful travel experience, we learn about the other cultures and we develop a better understanding of our world and discover shared humanity. And I think as Christchurch, I'm a born and bred Christchurch girl, I think as Christchurch has become more multicultural, I find this, the experiences we have through Friendship Force more valuable and much more meaningful. Our local program involves showing them around our city and spending as much time as possible with the local people. One of our straplines is faces, not places. So whilst they get to do the tourist things in the city, the important part of Friendship Force is developing a relationship with the people. And we are very much assisted in that and have been for all the years that the club has been running by our patron. At this stage it's Yanni, who has been patron of Friendship Force Christchurch for over 10 years. In the past it's been the Deputy Mayor. And we also get a lot of support from the international relations team on the City Council staff, which is very much appreciated. Our visitors always appreciate the civic welcome that they get on behalf of you all. We maintain a monthly social program for our local membership as well, so that it's also developing friendships within the city. I've brought some brochures and I'll leave them for you, one each, so that gives you a little more understanding. And I have the letters from North Moreton Club in Queensland and the Brisbane Club. Yanni, do you want to? Oh, great, thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep, no. There's no question. Yanni, do you have anything to say? Mate?
Oh,
Being
thank
the
you.
patron as you are.
Yeah, I just thought it would be nice to read out the letters
Absolutely.
that have
You
come
can
from the other councils. But just before I do that, I just wanted to acknowledge Jan and the Friendship Force locally, and just to let councillors know that all through post-earthquake, the local club has been hosting overseas delegations who have come and given to our city, come and seen what we've been through and shared a lot of the experiences that we've been through. So despite all the difficulties that individuals have had through what has been a very tumultuous decade in Christchurch, the Friendship Force has continued to welcome people in with open arms. And those overseas groups too have also taken the opportunity to come and share their experiences and also offer us the support from many places around the world. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and also just to commend the council staff and our international civic team for all the effort that they put into helping when the visits do come. As Jan said, it is very much appreciated. So without further ado, I'd just like to read the Mayor's letters to our Mayor. The first one is from the Office of the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. My dear Mayor, greetings from Brisbane, and I hope that your year has started well. Delighted to send this letter to you for the visit to Christchurch by Friendship Force. I understand the group will be staying with the Friendship Force Christchurch Club during the visit for the purpose of promoting friendship, peace and culture throughout the world. I hope the visit creates new links between the people of Brisbane and Christchurch. Please accept my best wishes for the coming year, and I hope you or a delegation from Christchurch can visit Brisbane in the future. So that was from Adrian Schreiner, the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. And the second letter is from the Office of the Mayor, and this is Peter Flannery, who's the Mayor of North Moreton, and he says, Dear Major, it's my pleasure to provide this letter for the members of the Friendship Force Club of North Moreton who are visiting your area. As you may be aware, Friendship Force is an international organisation focused on promoting understanding, cultural education and citizen diplomacy through homestay journeys and personal friendship. The Friendship Force Club of North Moreton is an extremely active group, and during the last 26 years has participated in approximately 50 social and cultural exchanges. He goes on to talk about the Moreton Bay region, home to almost 500,000 residents and located immediately north of the state capital, Brisbane. And he says he thanks you and your community for extending the hand of friendship to our residents, and I'm sure they will enjoy the experiences and form friendships that will produce many happy memories for years to come. Yours sincerely, Peter Flannery. So I'd just like to present these to the Mayor, and maybe just ask if Jan could just come up and have a quick photo.
And thank you, Jan. That's very much appreciated. It's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something about being on a pin.
That's wonderful, wonderful. Right, next up is Carol Walker, who's here to talk about the maintenance and upkeep of the Bexley Dog Park. Welcome, Carol.
I will greet you in English. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Whoops, don't fall off. I'd like to talk to you this morning about the problems that we are having down at the Bexley Dog Park, mainly the lack of facilities down there. When you set the dog park up about 5 or probably longer than that years ago, you erected fences around 2 areas, put 2 sets of double gates on each of the areas, and then you put a notice on one of the fences stating that there was no running water. And it's been like that ever since. So every time we go down to the dog park now, the small dog park I'm talking about, we take our own bottles of water from home. There is some shrubbery in the small dog area, but there's nothing in the large dog area at all, not even any paths, no shelter, no nothing. So we just would like to let you acknowledge all that and hope that one of these days you're going to come to the party and actually start erecting Bexley Dog Park the way it should be done, like every other dog park in Christchurch has done. It's the only one that I know that doesn't have running water. We've got some seats that somebody erected for us in the small dog park, but it's been done by friendly-minded people who are the husbands of dog walkers. So we have seats there, but the main dog park doesn't have any at all. Doesn't have anything. No shelter, no shade, no fencing, no paths, no nothing. So we would like to think that, very soon you're going to get onto this problem and give us a dog park in Bexley that we can be proud of. So that's all I have to say, but I do have one other problem to talk about, and I have a friend sitting here beside me, and she's far more knowledgeable about the subject than me.
Right, good morning, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm Penny Wright. I'm a retired vet with very extensive experience over 40 years in practice, farming and as a consultant. And I want to discuss the barley grass issue in the park. It is definitely an animal welfare risk. And so far I've had no joy dealing with the council over the last 3 years, trying to get some action with respect to this. I published an article in the Star in November 21. We also produced a very comprehensive video showing the extent of the problems at the same time. And I've organised working bees because barley grass is an annual plant. If you actually get it at the right stage, like September, October, before it seeds, it is relatively easy to pull out. And that's why we have done working bees in October and November in the last few years. We have removed dozens of sacks of barley grass, but still we're up against a really big problem with the council because all the council is doing is mowing. Now, if you mow over barley grass, you just distribute the seed far and wide, and also you keep the plant vegetative, so then it puts up another lot of seed, and each time it's mown, the seed gets shorter and shorter. When I first got involved in the barley grass issue, which was in October 21, when I started using the park myself with a new dog to teach it off lead, the plants were the biggest I've seen in my life. I'm not kidding. A plant like this, the seed heads were up to that long. I have never seen barley grass seed heads. So one plant had literally must be tens of thousands of seeds. And so it's a very significant problem. I have dealt with dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of cases with dogs. Barley grass in the ears is an absolute emergency. Often during the weekend, they've got to knock the dog out to get that barley grass seed out as soon as possible before it actually goes through the eardrum. And it's costing owners hundreds of dollars. If it migrates through the body, I've spent once 4 hours surgery on a dog in North Canterbury tracing a barley grass seed through its body over 18 inches, and we eventually found it. But that dog was really debilitated because its system had been working against this barley grass, trying to wall it off for years. And so it's a very significant problem. They've been recorded in spinal cords, in the back of eyes, everything. The barbs on a barley grass only go one way, and if you go that way on a barley grass seed, smooth as anything, you try and get your fingers to go the other way and they just won't budge. And the point is really sharp. And so we've been putting up notices every year, well, I have been, getting them laminated for free by Stationery Warehouse and putting them on the gates of the park at the beginning of the barley grass season, because I feel that I've got an obligation to make owners aware of the problems, and unfortunately it does put some off taking their dogs there, but at least they know to check their dogs thoroughly, and if the dog ever just starts shaking its head vigorously, to immediately grab it, put it on a lead and get it straight to the vet, because every time that dog shakes its head, the seed actually just goes down further. So I would really like, something to be done in the way of selective spraying, because I've used them for years. T-Dol and I think it's Nortron are selective sprays. They're pre-emergent. You spray both in usually about August and September before the barley grass actually comes up. Very effective.
Okay.
But obviously there's a cost involved in that.
Thank you. I will just, Aaron's got one question. I'll just, even though we're
Well, I
over
was
time.
only going to thank you for your time.
No, I'll
Very
let
much.
Aaron, Aaron will ask one question.
Yeah, just quickly, are you talking about just at the Bexley Dog Park, or are you talking at all dog parks or all
Bexley.
parks? Just
No,
there?
no, that's where it's by far the worst. It certainly is in Rawiti Dog Park as well, on a much smaller scale. I was able to clean the barley grass out of there on one of the years in sort of only 1 hour. I have checked the other parks, and there's certainly a problem in some of the others, but nothing like what we've seen actually at Bexley.
Right. Okay.
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Right. So now we have, I'd like to welcome on Zoom Jack, speaking on behalf of the Rainbow branch of the Young Labour and the safety of our public transportation network. Welcome, Jack.
Kia ora, and thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Christchurch Rainbow Labour branch, and I would like to ask that CCC invests more into making our public transport safer for the queer community. We're fully aware that central government is giving $78 million to Atotahi to invest in the public transport sector, and we would like some of this money to be used to making it safer for the rainbow community, and in turn, it will make it safer for everybody using the public transport. Over the past year, I have heard countless stories of people's negative and sometimes even horrendous experiences with public transport. From having to put up with homophobic, transphobic, and racist slurs, most of the time yelled at them, even some having food thrown at them. Some individuals have even been sexually assaulted on buses and even whilst they are waiting. The stories that I have heard and members of my branch have heard are horrific. It is utterly disheartening to know that this is happening in our city and that currently there isn't much being done about it. The antisocial behaviour happening in Christchurch on public transport is unacceptable. From the work that we have done in the community and listening to the community, it is clear that this has been going on for the past 3 years and is only getting worse each year. Main areas of concern that we have been notified are Riccarton, the central bus exchange, where I might add that queer people especially don't feel comfortable walking past the bus exchange, let alone using it to get on and off public transport. The university in Ireland, this is the main area that we have heard of sexual assaults happening. New Brighton and Hallswell also being another 2 areas where we have had many horrific stories. It is clear that this problem is happening across our city. There are many things that we would like to see done. These include, but are not limited to, all bus stops having a shelter, as currently there are too many that don't, and this leaves people having to take shelter in bushes during rain and the Canterbury winds. This puts them at more risk of being assaulted. And better lighting around bus stops, not only to help people with a better view of their surroundings, but also better lighting for CCTV cameras, which is our next ask. We are wanting to have CCTV on all buses and bus stops. Signal lights is something that has also been brought up with us. The community is wanting signal lights at bus stops. This is to help them during after dark areas, to press a button to notify a bus driver that would be driving past. There is somebody waiting at this bus stop to be picked up. We are also asking for QR codes, or even better, a phone number to text. The phone number has been brought up to us as some people don't have access to data. This would be used where you could report an incident straight away. So you'd either scan the QR code or send a message to the phone number, and you can report an incident, whether it happened to you or whether you witnessed it. advertising campaign on buses to help reduce the likelihood of incidents happening. We've done some research on this, and it has shown that posters with positive and inclusive messaging, such as please do incorporated with please don't, is often more effective in promoting desirable behavior. So some of those posters around bus shelters and on buses would be great. We would also like to see better training for our public transport staff, but especially bus drivers. This needs to include training on how to deal with an incident of sexual assault, hate crime, whether that be verbal, abusive, or physical, as well as diversity and inclusivity training, especially around unconscious biases, as we've had many reports of bus drivers themselves treating people of colour poorly, and some de-escalating training would also be good. We would also love to see more high-frequency buses late nights on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays on services such as 1, 3, and 5, as well as the Orbiter. These are the areas that we have identified with the interviews and research that we have conducted. We understand that this particular ask may not be feasible at the moment, but that at least it is looked into. We fully understand that this cannot be all done by the CCC, and have already spoken with the Deputy Chair of ECAN as well as another ECAN councillor, and we will be doing a deposition towards them soon. We are very happy to keep doing the ongoing research in this area if it would help the City Council, especially when it comes to reaching out to the Rainbow community. An example of public transport that has been made safer for the community is Auckland, where they have implemented many things to making sure that their services are safe for all. One of them is a safety number to text if there is any sort of threat and proceeding happening. An officer will meet at the next stop, whether that be the train stop or the bus stop, and deal with the situation. Also in Auckland, everyone uses a Metro card to get on and off public transport, whether it be train or buses. And if you're found guilty of any antisocial behaviour, your Metro card gets paused for a little while. So there's a repercussion to the actions that you've done. And finally, I would like to say it was great seeing you, Mr. Mayor, at the opening of Pride Week, and amazing to see you having our communities back there, and hope you have our communities back here too. We are also looking forward to seeing you there next year, and hopefully with a list of things your council has done for our community. I suppose now I ask if there is any questions.
Jack, your timing is impeccable, so I'm sure there'll be no questions asked in the next 11 seconds. So thank you for your time and making time to come on Zoom. Thank you. Aaron's got one, sorry.
I had one because Yanni didn't. Just a quick one, and thank you for your deputation. Do you think it would get more people on buses if buses were safer, or there's more buses? Because that money's tagged to create more buses, bus lanes, so on and so forth. So what's the better spend to get more people on buses?
It'd be making the buses safer. If people currently don't feel safe using buses, then it doesn't matter how many buses you've got. People aren't going to use them because they're not feeling comfortable to use them.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you. Good answer.
What happens with those suggestions? Some of them are actually really quite good. Can I ask Dawn?
Yes, she's writing them down. Yep.
We also have a group that is chaired by the Chief Executive of ECAM, which has been looking at the wide range of issues in relation to public transport and safety issues, including the bus station. So I will make sure these issues are fed through to that group.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Pauline. Finally, I'd like to welcome Tanya Jenkins, manager of the Estuary Trust, who is here to speak to us about the Trust's annual Mother of All Cleanups event. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. For those of you that are aware of who the Estuary Trust is, I'm representing hundreds of residents who really value the Avon Heathcote Estuary for its ecological values. Part of what we do is many events to look after the estuary, but today, surprisingly, I'm sure, by the way, that some of you, when you saw my name on the agenda, you may have thought, oh no, she's coming to give 50 reasons why the 360 trail proposed pathway is not a good idea. But no, we're going to leave that for another day. Today, I'm going to tell you about something really super exciting, and that is our annual Mother of All Cleanup events happening on the 13th of May. The day before Mother's Day, giving residents an opportunity to give their gift to Mother Nature by cleaning up her waterways. The photos you see there are from last year, and you see at the bottom centre there, you will see Councillor Templeton there, who has kindly agreed 2 years ago to become the patron of the event when Ruth Dyson, who used to be the patron, retired from her position as MP. Now, how do I get to the next one? How do I get to the next slide? Ah, there we go. We all know where the litter comes from. That's easy. But the fact that it's going in our waterways really concerns a lot of people. Keep New Zealand Beautiful campaign, which you may have heard of, they did a research fairly recently and found that 16% of people in the communities litter and 84% do not. Of that 16%, they're usually aged males, aged between 22 and 44 years of age, which is very helpful because it gives us a good target to educate those people to stop littering and why they should stop littering. But it's really encouraging to see that 84% really care. And those are the people that will be coming on the 13th of May to help us out. This is the committee. So it is definitely a collaboration between many groups that we all feel the same, and let's get together and do something. It is just awesome to see that this has been supported by the City Council, thank you very much, who pay for the cost of the disposal of all this rubbish, and Environment Canterbury providing us funding for the enormous amount of health and safety equipment we need for us to do this project safely. We started in 2015 with only 5 groups, and look, 3.3 tons of rubbish was collected. By 2017, we realized, oh my goodness, 9.5 tons of litter. This is ridiculous. So we did a deputation to the council to request that the litter booms in our 2 rivers are reinstalled, which they were damaged during the earthquake. And thank you so much. As a result, the river booms, as you can see from this article, were reinstalled in the rivers. And look at the difference that is making. Immediately, we see a massive drop of litter entering our waterways by doing that. This year, 65 community groups have registered to help clean up waterways. They're all allocated a certain stretch of any of our waterways. With 65 groups, we run out of waterway for them to work along. So now we're extending to the Littleton Harbour, Akaroa Peninsula, the beaches. We're asking schools who want to participate, and we don't want them near waterways and roadways, to go to their local park and do the clean up there. This is massive. We're talking about 4,000 to 5,000 people out there picking up litter. So where to next? We are also incorporating the High 5, I Can Pick Up 5 campaign. That is extending the Mother of All Cleanup concept to educate people when you go for a walk with your dog, or you're walking along the estuary or river, bring a plastic bag. If we all pick up 5 pieces of litter every time we're out there, Christchurch will be the cleanest, tidiest city in New Zealand, and we're going to encourage other cities to pick up this concept as well. We're going to involve all Community Water Partnership Network members. That CWP network is actually a City Council initiative, which is run by Clive Appleton, one of your staff members, which is really exciting that they have 55 member groups, environment groups, and we're all going to focus on the litter for the next few years. In the future, we will also be making submissions, hoping that somehow we can make it compulsory for people to cover up their trailers when they take their rubbish to the dump and don't lose half of it on the way there. Any questions?
Yanni.
I was just wondering, do you know how many shopping trolleys you collect when you do your cleanups?
We cannot collect them on the day because we are not allowed to enter the water itself, but we use Snaps and Solve. And City Care is very good, and they will go after we're finished. They will go and collect the dozens of shopping trolleys and car tyres that we spot, and mattresses and TVs and fridges, etc. They do all that.
And does council provide support? Like, is there anything we can do to provide additional support?
Well, yes, indeed. We're looking at regular maintenance of the litter booms. And also we are looking at the Community Water Partnership Network. We will be applying for funding for next year because I'm doing the Estuary Trust does the administration and coordination of this event, and it's just getting way beyond our capabilities, and we're going to need help.
Thank you, Yannick. Now I've got Now we're starting on a roll. Sarah's got the tiniest of
No,
questions.
it's just a tiny one. Just where do people go to find out how to get involved?
Go to www.estuary.org.nz for people to get involved.
And Kelly, did you have a quick one?
Yep, really quick. Thanks for that. So this is an estuary of international significance. Is it looking a lot cleaner than before? You know, through these.
Litter is not a new problem, and it will always be there. But to minimise it, we have to keep on top of it. It is. If you look at, and that weekend we'll probably be picking up about 3 or 4 tons of rubbish. So that must make a difference to the estuary as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Tanya, for the efforts that the trust do and the organising and the enthusiasm that you show. So thank you very much.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Righto. Moving right along, we have no deputations and no petitions, so we'll move on to onto confirmation of minutes. Can I get a mover and seconder to confirm the open minutes from our 2 April meetings on the 5th and the 19th? Aaron and Kelly, thank you very much. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. So, and now we'll hear from our community boards. First up is Papanui Inner Central, and I'd like to welcome Emma and Simon to the table, please. Good to see you again.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us along this morning to present on behalf of our Waipapa Papanui Inner Central Community Board. Simon and I are going to give you a quick rundown on what's been going on in our neck of the woods over the past month. So first up, move the next slide, please.
Might need some technical assistance with that. My clicker's not clicking.
Are you going to let them drive?
So first up, here's a list of decisions we've made under delegation at our April meeting. We approved a number of discretionary response fund applications, including supporting the Papanui RSA with their annual Anzac Day parade and service. This is the second biggest Anzac service in the city, and we're proud to be able to support the RSA in this event. We also approved some no stopping restrictions on Dorset Street and at the Dawson Street, Kilmore Street intersection.
I'm away. We've heard from some members of the public in April. Dave Gardner, who's a local resident, came to speak to us and give some thanks to the community board and to council staff for some improvements that have been made to safety on the shared path, pedestrian cycleway path on Cranford Street. And this is in the area around the Waitomo fuel station there, adjacent to the Placemakers building, and there's been an issue the community's been talking to us about for a little while around visibility, particularly relating to plantings and fencing between those two properties. Some changes have been made to that now, and it's made a dramatic difference, so it's always nice to have someone come along and thank us and thank council for a job well done. Dave also raised some questions with us around aspects of the Cranford Basin and some of the future use and public access to some of the land there that's in the long-term stormwater part of the basin. We heard from a local resident who raised with us some issues around pavement conditions, particularly how they impact on people with mobility issues and issues around vegetation and also damage to pavement and how that affects people on mobility scooters in particular. And shout out to Victoria for supporting this resident with getting Snapsend Solve set up so that she can make some specific reports on the areas that are impacting her and that she has brought to our attention. And finally, we heard from Karate Christchurch, who gave us a bit of an overview of their organisation and also their dojo on Phillip Street in Phillipstown, and just gave the board a bit of an insight into the activities that are happening there and the great connection they've got with the community.
The weekend before last, Astor Lab held their Eid al-Fitr festival in Hagley Park, and it was a huge success. I know a number of you attended, as did Simon and myself, and it was a fantastic atmosphere with such a large and diverse crowd. There was some great entertainment, stalls selling ethnic and traditional Muslim wares, opportunities to learn more about what Eid is all about, and of course some amazing food. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to Astor Lab for their efforts in running such a successful event. They worked in partnership with our local board staff and the Waihoro Sprayed and Cashmere Heathcote board staff, building capacity in the organisation to offer even more to our communities and to bring people together.
Recap on our public engagement around a community board plan. We've spoken about this a little bit in previous meetings. So we had a number, as board members and staff have attended a number of community events in our area, including the ones you see listed here and the images you see here. And of course, this has been promoted through usual channels such as Have Your Say and our social channels as well.
So that engagement was followed by us workshopping our final draft of the plan, and we'll be adopting it at our board meeting next week. The 9 priorities for the term are listed there. So I've got a connected transport network in Papanui Inner Central, the implementation of safety initiatives across the area, the revitalisation of Peachy Park, Phillipstown Community Hub, flooding in the Papanui Inner Central Board area, intensification in the area, downstream effects management plan, Shirley Community Reserve, and a Papanui Youth Facility. And we look forward to working with you to realise these aspirations over the next 2.5 years. That's us. Thank you.
Oh, one more. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Just finally, some other recent developments in the board area at Shirley Community Reserve, which is one of our sort of priority areas and projects for the term. New fence has gone up. There's new signage there, and as requested by the community, a gate as well. This is looking at the entrance just adjacent to the pedestrian crossing on Shirley Road. So there's some improvement to safety there, as well as amenity and the look of the reserve. And we had a recent meeting with the school principals in our board area. It was a really good opportunity to connect with the larger board area that we have now, and particularly interesting to get an update from Marion College, who are moving into the Papanui area later this year, and a bit of insight into the really innovative approach they've taken to repurposing the former warehouse building that will now hold their school. And that is us.
That is us.
Thank you very much for getting us up to speed and letting us know what's going on in your ward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie doke. So moving right along, we have Helen and Marie from Horswell, Hornby, Riccarton. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you move that slightly over? Thank you for having us, and I understand we have 5 minutes. Is that correct? We have 5 minutes, including questions.
Far away.
Right, far away. Clock's going right. Yes.
Yep.
Marie goes first.
All right. Yep. So we have a 4 bullet points there of the decisions that the board has made in the last meeting, and I just wanted to touch about the Horswell Junction Road, Hamill Road, and Alvaston Drive intersection. So the board has made a decision to do some safety improvements on that. Unfortunately, a week after the board decision, another vehicle went through the fence, and I understand that it was 6 times in the last 5 years that it has happened. And Councillor Moore can confirm it is the same property owner in the same address. So their fence has been smashed through like 6 times in the last 5 years. And the last one was just a couple of weeks ago. So the board is really keen to see some safety improvements in this roundabout tomorrow. Right.
Do you want to flick that through?
That's your...
We sort of had a range of discretionary funds, but I think I'll move on from that.
All right.
Marie, Anzac Day services.
So yes, we've had a few Anzac Day services, and so the community board members were spread across the board area attending all of these events. And we also have the Hornby COVID support line. It was initially set up to support households isolating with COVID during the COVID times, and then now it's extending this service to be a general support line, which is very good for the Hornby area.
There's a Connect program at Hornby, which has worked very well. Hornby's doing a lot of really useful social programs. So that really started off from virtually nothing five years ago to becoming a really major force. And the Oak Development Trust is providing migrant women in the Riccarton area with opportunities to gather in a warm
comfortable setting on arts and crafts. Just looking at the time, there's 2 extra things I'd just like to touch on. I understand a week or 2 weeks ago, there was a car raid through the Hornby Hub at 4:50 a.m. The security people were on to it quickly, but they can't arrest anybody. So it's just alerting you to this issue. There are other ram raids in fact, Hornby. And over the last couple of weeks, a number of us have been tied up with residents who are concerned about a new development in Horseville. There may be a petition if it hasn't come in already. And just to advise you, they'll be coming to the board or to council. I understand they can't come to both. So they're really feeling that Kāinga Ora didn't consult them, and they're really feeling they haven't had a voice. So they will be having a voice in some way, I guess. So that's us, basically.
Thank you. Anyone got any questions, please? You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank
Good
you.
on you. Thank you. Okay. Coastal Burwood Linwood. Paul and Jackie, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor and Councillors. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging my board colleagues and our support staff, Chris and Cindy and team, and to thank them all for the excellent work they put into making our annual plan and community board priorities. Yeah, really good to work together with everyone, members and staff included. So just start with a few little highlights from our board area. We had the New Brighton Duke Festival of Surfing, and from Friday the 24th to Sunday the 26th of March, and include a variety of surf-related events, including Good Vibes, Marquise Beachside Blowout Skate Comp, and New Brighton Amphitheatre, and Salty Sessions music event at the Bridge South Brighton. And we also had the Fresh Pool Party at Te Pou Toi Toi Linwood Pool on Saturday 25th of February, after securing 2 manawa funding from Sport Canterbury. Youth and Cultural Development have established their Fresh Pool Parties, which they regularly deliver at Te Pou Toi Toi, providing this trusted brand where participants can enjoy youth-specific events and free swim session and haircuts and pizzas and a DJ. Both those events are pretty awesome. Next, just wanted to draw your attention to, we had a really good meeting in Woolston recently. We had a really good meeting in Woolston around crime and antisocial behaviour. The board staff and MP Dr. Tracy McClellan organised a meeting of key stakeholders on Friday the 24th of March at Dr. McClellan's office. Among the stakeholders were representatives from Kāinga Ora, Aratapotama Corrections, MSD Housing, Community Patrol, and I actually went out with Community Patrol just recently, and the police, along with the 3 Linwood reps, me and Jackie and Yanni, and our Community Development Advisor and Dr. McClellan. It's really great to be able to work with our local MP. She's really partnering with us and to address the issues that people in Woolston really care about. We had a really productive meeting talking about some of the very real challenges that we face as a community, without losing sight of the fact that Woolston is a great place to live and to do business. The agencies have been working really hard in the background already, both individually and cooperatively, including the police, who in March did 10 walk-arounds Woolston Village and 20 drive-arounds. We also received very strong support from the agencies for the alcohol ban, which is currently temporary, but will be coming to before you, I think, on the 17th. We did discuss some ideas on how to build on Woolston's strengths, so watch this space. We have a couple of advocacy issues we'd like to draw to your attention before we talk about our Part A items.
We have agreed in principle to the sale of a strip of land in the Woolston Park to the Te Waka Unua School. Te Waka Unua is actually at capacity and struggling for space, and they have in fact been leasing this land for approximately 5 years already, so the sale does make sense. We'd also like to raise that there are other green spaces in Woolston, such as Cutler Park, that could do with some investment if available from the sale of that. Just an ask. And also, while we're aware that the Port Link issue is complicated and subject to a current resource consent application, the situation in Woolston is gearing up to be as frustrating and as traumatising to the people, the residents, as the organics processing issue. They're subjected to constant noise and vibration from the process, but we understand that it's complicated and subject to a lot of legal constraint and so on. But this does reinforce the need for the district plan changes to be fit for purpose and actually have a really good look at the interface between the residential and industrial fringe, because this isn't the only situation in the city where people are being impacted in their daily lives and being literally traumatised by industrial action that's right on their doorstep that wasn't there when they bought their properties. So just in closing, I'd like to ask you to keep that on your radar when we're looking at the district plan changes, and if things do come up about the Port Link, we do have legal responsibilities, but we also have a moral responsibility to do the right thing by the people that we represent.
Thank you very much. Spot on time.
Are we able to address the Part A items now?
We do that after, when they come up.
Together. Yeah. If that's all right, so we'll do them all together.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Right.
So don't run away.
Pardon?
Don't run away.
Okay, I'll try not to. Right, thank you.
Okie doke. Reuben, and is Penelope, please. For Banks Peninsula.
Morena.
The Banks Peninsula.
We'll start with a beautiful photo.
Lovely.
We've got so many of those. And then we'll jump to the next page, which is some of the decisions we've made under delegation. The first was some funding for Diamond Harbour and districts for their building consent application fees. So that's a really important community resilience project there for the medical centre. And also to the Little River Craft Station, which helps pay some of the wages there. That's a really busy facility, especially over summer and through those long weekends when everybody flocks across to Akaroa and stops in Little River on the way. And we also approved a landscape development plan for a very imaginatively titled Reserve 1259, which is shown in the photo there, which is a freshwater reserve. And so we've also spoken around working with Papatūrunanga for a new name that is a little more imaginative than 1259 for that reserve. The landscape plan really makes sure that that space is planted out and preserved into the future. So it's a really positive project, and one of many such projects that's potential to happen across Banks Peninsula. The board, also being in Akaroa, had a tour of the Akaroa Service Centre, which you can see there on your left. So that's a fully restored historic building. It's a little underutilised currently, but a real community asset. So the board tour was great to see the potential facilities there and how that could be realised for the local community and community groups. And also we heard from a number of local residents in Akaroa around the rec grounds, which we included in our oral submission also to the annual plan last week. Lots of young families, lots of kids who want to be able to get out there and enjoy those facilities, but they're just really not adequate currently for that to happen. And being slightly remote and isolated, those communities are less able to travel down the road to a different facility because that road's quite a long one. Also, we've just included an update for you there, Phil, on the Governor's Bay jetty. So we will continue. We'll continue to include those until you need to present the dollar back. But that's another great example of one of our strong communities really stepping up to protect a local asset and a piece of local history. And then we thought it would be appropriate to just give Council an update on Anzac Day services that happened across the peninsula. So we had really strong attendance. That's Akaroa, you can see there, had close to 500 attending there, along with board member Nigel Harrison for Akaroa Subdivision. Little River had over 100, and Lynn Leslie, our Wairewa board member, spoke at that service. And the Littleton event was attended by Councillor Fields and had close to 400 in attendance as well. So really strong attendance at all of those Anzac Day services, and a great board presence to lay a wreath and ensure that Council's respect for such a significant day was noted. You've got an extra page.
Go on. Here we go.
Okay, and I do have this page. Sorry, I just didn't write any notes on it. So this is our destination management plan, which is currently out for consultation. That consultation period runs through to the 19th of May. And that plan will then come to the board for endorsement on the 12th of June. So this is, I know, something that we've raised in probably every report we've given to council. It's a really significant piece of work. We're hoping that we get as much response and engagement from our local communities who called for this plan in the first place, so that they have a really robust and solid roadmap into the future. The focus of the plan is not a tourism or a marketing document. The ask, both from the community and from board members in the last term and this, is that it is a plan for community, for environment, and for visitors to Banks Peninsula. So I think with that focus across it, it's important that we hear from as many local residents and as much of Banks Peninsula as possible. And that is the last page.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say it's good to see you putting down your some of your discretionary response fund spending and see that it's been put to good use. And thank you for also keeping me up to date with the Governor's Bay jetty, because I have actually bought at the auction a dinner on the end of it when it's finished in a wee tent.
Excellent.
So
well, the board will look forward to their
I'll probably be there by myself. So, no, thank you for keeping us up to date. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Come and see me when you need to find that dollar, Phil.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm right behind you, mate. No worries. Okay, Spraden Cashmere Heathcote, Callum and Kia, please.
Morena kia koutou. Thanks for welcoming us back to present to you again today. So we're just going to run through a few of the things that have been happening in our community, as well as the issues that we're concerned about. So we'll start off, if we go, yeah, there you go, Kia, you can kick us off.
Yeah, so the board attended Anzac Day events and hosted 2 Anzac Day events. Tim Limley attended events in Sumner and Heathcote, and we hosted an event at the Waltham Gates and the Sydenham Cemetery. This was, and Lee Sampson attended an event up at Victoria Park. Really small and intimate events which were lovely, and wee boy who was laid the wreath at Sydenham Cemetery emailed Callum and I afterwards, say that a New Zealander, and it made him feel really part of the community to have that opportunity, so that was lovely.
The board has also hosted the Edible and Sustainable Garden Awards. So this is hosted in partnership with the Canterbury Horticultural Society, who judges all the gardens around the neighbourhood. It's not just an event for people with backyards. It's an event for people for schools and churches, kindergartens, community groups, and we've got a category as well for people with balcony gardens. So it's a really wide range of people that come along who are passionate about gardening and planting. And at the end of the event, there was lots of conversation and kai and whakawhanaungatanga.
So there will be a Part A report coming to this meeting about marking cycle lanes on Waltham Road between Moorhouse Ave and Brougham Street. This is obviously Waltham Road is a important commuter route for people travelling from Waltham, Apawa, St Martins and Huntsbury into town on through there. This is about filling some of those missing gaps. Essentially, it's a really positive project that's had some positive feedback through consultation. And probably the only thing that we would say is when the Brougham Street upgrade goes through, it'll be great to think about how we can continue carrying through some of those links.
Cool. Unfortunately, I don't have a slide for the next one I was going to talk about, but the board's also made a decision around safety improvements to the Colombo Street the roundabout on Colombo Street at the corner of Colombo and Centaurus. So it's quite high volume roundabout, and it's been one of the most dangerous intersections in the city for quite a while. So we had a huge amount of community feedback on the changes there from right across our ward area, and we've decided to go ahead with improving the safety for cyclists and pedestrians as well. And finally, we've got our community board plan coming up for adoption on the 11th of May. One of the key things there is, as you're all aware, is the South Library. And just wanted to speak, again to reiterate that this is a really, really valuable and well-loved facility. And we're really excited that now's the time for the rebuild to happen, to have it done right. We know that investing in a good quality facility now means savings in the long run, and it means a good outcome for the community in general. And we also want to lend our support to the current notice of motion from Councillor Scandrett, especially the part 2A of that motion, which is essentially confirming that the scope of the project is a like-for-like replacement with what's currently there. So that's the South Library. We've got a couple of other key items for our board plan. We've got the Ōpawaho Heathcote River Guidance Plan that's been developed by the community, and in particular, I want to recognise the OHRN, the Otago Heathcote River Network, who have helped develop that plan in partnership with council, and we're really keen to see resource sort of put to putting that plan into implementation. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add, Keir?
Just to acknowledge the work of Helene Maltner. Obviously, we saw the mother of all cleanups, and Helene's been a big part of that going back to the early days. And I'm just a former Spread and Cashmere Community Board member, and just to acknowledge all the work she's put in.
Cool. So that's all that we've got for you today, Phil. Happy for questions.
Thank you, mate. Any questions from anyone? Okie dokie. Thank you very much for coming along. Thank you to all the board. Oh, sorry. The chair and deputy chair of Fendleton Warramurray Harewood are unable to be here today, so I'm really looking forward to hearing from them next time. Thank you to all the boards for their presentations. And I'll now ask for a mover and seconder. Thank you, Melanie. And seconded by Sarah. Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Carried. That's brilliant. So we'll now move on to item 8, Community Board Part A reports. So who have we got? Barry. Who have we got?
Not here.
Not here yet?
Property.
Okay.
Shall we go to item 9?
Paul wants to talk about it. You want to talk to it a bit too, don't you, Paul? So
yes, just briefly.
Far away, bud.
Just to say that we're in this situation with this land. So the Ministry of Education wants the land, which is currently leasing from the council. It's fee simple land from Woolston Park. It's currently using because Phillipstown School and Woolston School, which is now Te Waka Unua, were merged back post-earthquake. It was a decision that people in Woolston and people in Phillipstown didn't support, but we are where we are, and the school is bursting at its seams and needs more space. It is what it is, Councillor McClellan, yes. It's not ideal, but to refuse this offer, if you can call it that, would be cutting nose off to spite our face. Like they need the land is being used, and there's not, the only other land around it is houses, and we don't, I don't believe we should be suggesting to them that but they should be acquiring those houses. That's where Woolston people live. And yeah, it's, but I would just like to note that it was the wrong thing to do to merge those two schools, and really from a couple of years after the earthquake, that school was bursting at the seams, and it's a great school, and the principal Janine Reid is a fantastic principal.
Okay, so that here we are.
Here we go.
Who's that? Is it one?
Yeah, it's
Barry?
Angus. Presumably that's Barry.
We're talking about item 8, Angus. Yeah. The school. Do you want to? Anyone want to talk to it? Thank you, Paul.
Was there a question, or did you want an introduction?
Well, Paul, oh, just a general. Any problems you see with it? It seems like very much common sense to me, and I'm happy to move it. And I'm thinking someone's happy to second it, and it's be Jake. So if you just want to give us a wee bit of background.
Yeah, so the this bit of land, which is out the back on the park, is leased by the school currently. They're looking to expand the school. We do not have concept plans or designs for that, but ultimately they will be looking to add buildings on there. I think some of their needs in the area are for more linguistics, multi-language education, and ownership is a better model than leasing for them to be able to build buildings on it, because the life of those buildings will extend beyond the life of the current lease. So it makes sense to us, and it's not used as parks, so we're not losing any public park space.
Thank you, mate. That's excellent. Any questions? Yanni?
Thank you. I appreciate the work that staff have done on this. Just 3 questions from me. One is, obviously we don't have any plans, so we don't know what's proposed for the site. So when we go to public consultation, how can the public make meaningful submissions if they don't know the scale of what's proposed to develop on that site? And is there any way we could get some information so that when it goes out for public consultation, the community can get a sense of what could be developed there, so that they can be informed when they make submissions?
Well, we have a high-level response from MLE. Do you just want to read that out?
Is that 5.14?
I can't see that. You'd like me to read that out?
Well, I mean, I've got it here, but it doesn't really say
report.
anything. It just says,
yeah,
could enable future expansion of classrooms for both English and multi-medium education at the school. I guess what I'm talking about is for people who make submissions from the community, when we go out for public consultation, if they can't see what's proposed to actually be done on that site or have any sense of what the impact of that could be, then how can they, make submissions from an informed point of view?
Generally, when we go out for consultation, it's over use and not design, and the design aspects will be dealt with through the regulatory process.
Right.
So the decision really is about use. The consultation will be about use as well.
Because I'm just mindful, like in Redcliffe, for example, the community had very clear understanding of what would be used for the land.
Yeah, exactly. They had the use, and I remember all those discussions as well. They had not at that time designed the school either. So they were aware they were going to build a school there, but there was no concept plans and design. And that's fairly typical of these processes, because what you've got to think is they are not going to spend money with architects and designers unless they know they're going to get the land. So
Okay. The second question I had was, we're going to have we're going to have an MOU with the Ministry of Education as a council after the earthquakes to work through how we dealt with strategic issues for the future provision of school redevelopments, closures, mergers, council land, ministry land. Is there any progress on having some sort of high-level strategic relationship with the Ministry of Education so that we can kind of see what the bigger picture aim is?
So
because
Councillor. I think we'll have to take that on notice. It's not something that the property team is necessarily aware of, but we can contact our colleagues across the organisation and find out more about that.
So we had a meeting upstairs on the 6th floor in the councillors' lounge where the
I'm happy to get you some information, Councillor. I'll do that research.
Yeah, that would be good.
What's
And the
number
final
3?
thing was there's Ministry of Education land across the road next to our new urban forest. Has there been any discussion about just doing a land swap? Because obviously the ministry are vacating, as I understand it, that premise where the early learning centre was and the teen parent unit is. It's adjacent to a site that we've invested a lot in terms of storm water and the urban forest. Is there a chance that we could have a conversation about a swap?
That's not something we're aware of and not something that's been considered, but that is not part of the decision in front of you today.
Well, how could we get it? It would seem sensible to kind of look at like we did with Redcliffs.
I think that would, if you wanted to achieve that and put that into as a condition to this exercise, you'd have to pass a
I think the best way forward, Councillor, would be we'll take that away, but if you could also send through a request through Office of CE, and we can investigate that again with our colleagues around those items.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Yanni. So no more questions. We'll go in any debate on this. Yanni.
Yeah, like I completely understand the need for the school to get some certainty for its growth. I do recall post-earthquake that when there were initially rumours and concern that the council would dispose of Wolfston Park for the school to enable a new school to be built, and the local residents were really concerned about that. Now, obviously, this is a much different situation in that this is a much smaller parcel of land, but there are people in the community who I think will want to make submissions and will want to understand the impact of what's enabled if we do go down this. But the school is bursting at its seams. It does need the ability to cater for its role, and it is incredibly disappointing that we don't seem to have any strategic partnership with the Ministry of Education around the education provision in the east of the city, because a lot of these schools, and Phillipstown was a classic example where the school was closed and now we're seeing huge population growth and we don't have the capacity to cater for it. So I think we do need to think strategically as a council. I've raised this as part of the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan and the urban development strategy, that Ministry of Education should be a core part of our future thinking about our planning. So, I think there's opportunities here to look at what the wins can be for council and for the Ministry of Education and the local school. But it does there is an irony about this, in that at the time that Phillipstown was effectively closed, these concerns were raised about the site not being big enough to cater for the new school. And, sadly, that's what we've seen happen. We did see that, again, the ministry didn't acquire additional property at the time of the merger in any significant way to cater for the increased growth in the school. And, just contrast that with what happened in other parts of the city in more affluent areas. So I think council should put this out for public consultation. I'm happy to support that. But I think we need to do some work with the Ministry of Education around what the future looks like as we see a huge intensification of properties and a growth in school roles in the east without any clear strategic response at both a council and a Ministry of Education level.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, it's kind of, I will support this going through, because it is, like Jake said, where we are, and it's kind of the only way forward. But this should have never happened. That to split that area like that made no sense at the time. Still makes no sense now. And in fact, now there's a stronger case that there should probably be another school rebuilt in Phillipstown. The irony of it all. And I don't know who still owns the land in Phillipstown, but that area certainly needs a decent school. So, and in a society where we expect kids to walk to school, that distance from the old Phillipstown school to Woolston school, that's a long way for small kids. That's ridiculous, and crossing some of those major roads. It never should have happened. And just going back through the history of that area, when the school was built, the pool went in 1902. It was decided, built in 03, the old Woolston pool. That land was actually bought by the community and then the pool was built there. That pool was on the park land, so I'm wondering if we're just remediating an old bit of land swap that went on at some particular part of history, because the pool's now gone. It was closed in 2010, and it would, so there's kind of a bit of give and take here to just return it back to the school, because it did become, by the end of its life, was a school-only pool through February, March of each year. It was a cool pool, and when you look at the history, the bit that stood out for me was in the 1920s, a kid dived in February and had a heart seizure from how cold the water was and died. So that is just a weird part of history, but shows you how cold February the water in Christchurch could be and how lucky the kids are now with the new facilities they have. But this is a swap, should have never happened, and it'll slightly remediate the area.
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, thank you. And I know that we go on about having a discussion with the Ministry of Education and it just never happens, and it's not from our side. The irony is, I think, here is that when we talk with Wakatahi, their walking distance to public transport or whatever is limited to 400 to 500 metres, and yet children walking to school with the Ministry of Education is absolutely fine. To cross busy roads up to 2 k's is absolutely fine. It's just ridiculous. So I support this totally.
Okay, no more debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's carried. So we now move on to number 9. So hang around, Angus. You're very lucky today.
Kia ora, councillors. So the report in front of you is for the purpose of initiating a process. So notification of a desire to stop and ultimately close a piece of road. Page 109, if you look at page 109 of the report, just so we're really clear, we're talking about the piece of road from Wainoni Road through to Kerrs Road corner, and the piece of Kerrs Road that currently sits in the red zone land. Where did David go? Before we actually notify, there's some design work to be done in that area, so that when we notify, people have an understanding of what the final outcome will be. For those that were here around about 18 months ago, this is when this topic was first introduced as part of the overall Takaro Avon River program, and we talked then about cost avoidance, and it was in the sort of, Dave can probably get the number right.
For this bit, it's between 8 to 9 million cost avoidance between building the road and also increased engineering if you have to then protect that road with a stop bank.
And the key interface there is the engineered stop bank in that area that sits right on top of the old loop of the Avon River at the moment. If the road does stop and close, we can move that stop bank away from the river, and we get the benefits and the ecological benefits and flood prevention benefits that come from that. So that's essentially what the purpose of this report is to start the process to progress the notification.
Thank you, Andrew. Sam has just jumped up and told me he wants to move it, and Tim said he's more than happy to second it. Are there any questions? Yanni?
It came up at the community board, some concern around, and just to acknowledge all the work that you've done on it, but there was a concern that in regards to if you close the road, then you suddenly get an issue with parking along the river, particularly concerning around the New Dellington landing and that Gloucester Street, Avonside bridge area. So I was just wondering if there's something that we can look at around just ensuring that we understand what their possible impact might be and how we could mitigate that. And for those that don't know, that's basically you park right adjacent to the river. There's no footpath, and you basically either hop out into where the cars go past, or hop out into the riverbank. And this is one of the concerns around parking that was raised through the initial consultation. So there's also been safety concerns that have been raised with me around cyclists, pedestrians around that bridge as well. So I just wondered, is there a process that we could ask staff to do just to make sure that we looked at what those potential impacts were and had a way to address them?
Dave, you might want to comment, but sorry, the bridge you're talking about, is that the Gayhurst Bridge?
Yeah.
Correct. It's really a question for transport, and we'll have to raise it with them because that area is not subject to road stopping, obviously, or closure. But it does have a critical interface with, the work that we're doing in the corridor. So, but they remain open roads, and the bridge is obviously going to stay. So, it's really an offline topic, I think. But I'm more than happy to take it offline and have that considered. Dave, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just one thing I'd add is that traffic modelling for page 125, the final point from traffic models was around that risk and that it would be slightly reduced by this proposal because you'd have less traffic at that intersection. So even though that's sort of outside of the project, they saw benefits there.
Issues raised on page 129, increased risk at surrounding intersections such as Kerrs Road, Wainoni, Avonside Drive, Gloucester Street, Retreat.
Councillor Johansson, just to add, Andrew chairs a multidisciplinary team that stretches across parks, transport and Three Waters, and to make sure that through the working group, Andrew, that you pick those wider issues up as you work through.
Sure.
Please.
Look, it is a really valid point, and the area that the council is talking about is quite challenging, and it is a key component of how the city to sea pathway will interface in that area. So I just want to give you the assurance that progressing this will not stop the fact that we'll need to address those issues.
Thank you. Andrew Kelly?
Yeah, mine was actually along the same lines. I'm totally supportive of the proposal, but just to flag that bridge intersection, I've seen a lot of traffic on the internet about that concerns around the bridge and people interfacing with that intersection. So just to reiterate what Yanni's saying.
Okay, any more questions? Pauline?
Will cyclists still have access to be able to ride through that area?
Yes, yep. So that'll be delivered partly by the City to Sea project, which will
go through there.
Take cyclists through to Wainoni Landing.
Thank you. So we'll now open it for debate. Anyone got any debate? Okie dokie. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you. So we're now up to item number 10. Waltham Road marking of cycle lanes between Morehouse and Brougham. Right, we're having a race here. Sarah's moving it and Jake's seconding it. There won't be any questions, I don't think. No debate. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. And we are 10 minutes early. So
That's how it should be.
So we'll have a break. So just because we've done so well, I think we'll come back at about, 11:05. Thank you. We will now move into PX and resolve to exclude the public as set out in pages 252 and 253 of the open agenda. Sam's happy to move it and Pauline's happy to second it. Put that motion, all those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Welcome back, everyone. Right, now we're on to item 11, plan change 5E for noise-sensitive activities. Abby, thank you very much for coming in. Ooh, probably through Mark's. Okay.
After we've done all both of those. You can do both of these. We just have to accept the supplementary before the next. Okay.
So 11, doing 11 now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I brought the wrong.
Far away, Abby. Quiet, please, guys. We're into it. Item 11.
Can you put your mic on, please, Abby? Thank you. Just press it, and it'll go green.
Is that working?
Ooh.
Cool. Right. So I sent out the recommendations from the commission, from the hearings panel on the plan change, and this is just for you guys to decide if you accept them or not. Do you want a basic rundown on what the plan change was? Yep. Okay, so at the moment we have a rule in the district plan that allows for acoustic insulation near roads and railways for sensitive activities such as residential activities. It has several different ways of achieving acoustic insulation, one of which is to achieve a set decibel level within the building. Another one is to have a facade and there's a set reduction between outside and inside. This is problematic because if it's really noisy outside, the set reduction doesn't give you the 40 decibels inside. That is what is considered healthy, a healthy level of noise. So the plan change was to take that out and to tidy up a few other bits that weren't working. The hearings panel's recommendation is to accept that works, and that's what we're here today to do.
So questions?
Okay, have we got any questions? Yanni's got one. We'll start with that. Thank you.
I see Kāinga Ora were quite opposed to it. Are you able to give us a sense of why they were so opposed to it?
Yep. Kāinga Ora wanted us to change the rules so that the onus was on those emitting the noise to mitigate that, rather than on the landowner or developer to mitigate the noise. We did go into that. We had a acoustic engineer look at different ways to mitigate noise from the road, and what came out was that most ways are completely impractical. We then had an economist look at it, and it's very expensive. It's more expensive to society to mitigate noise at source than it is to insulate.
But do you think that leads us to actually putting some more district planning provisions in to control the activities? I mean, I know in the past when I've dealt with complaints in Heathcote Valley, for example, the speed of the trains and the loads that they're taking has led to all sorts of issues with noise and vibration.
Yeah, that's one thing we did look at, is how could we mitigate noise at source. The options that the acoustic engineer came up with were to resurface all roads, because there's a slightly quieter surface that costs a lot, and that is spread over the whole city. To reroute traffic, which would mean we'd have a real problem with how could we refill, pack and save if we can't get trucks in and out, or to put noise barriers up, which is basically means people can't get in and out their driveways, because as soon as you put holes for driveways in, the acoustic insulation is interrupted and the noise goes up the driveway.
So the important thing is the hearing panel considered these matters?
They did.
With advice?
Yeah, with advice from the acoustic engineer and the economist.
Thank you.
So, any more questions? Anybody? Yes, Tim.
Yeah, I guess generally, if you look at, say, we're trying to get 20,000 people in Central City, and if we've got a bit of noise now, imagine what we're going to have then. So I've never actually heard anyone try and push the issue onto the city or whatever it is, and because I know when I've been in big cities like New York or London or whatever, it's just the buildings have to be insulated because it's just city noise, and so wherever you are. So is this unusual for, say, Kaingaora, have you had this before?
Kaingaora has done this in several plan changes around the country. They actually didn't turn up to our hearing, so we don't know how far they would take it after we produced evidence to say it wasn't going to work. But yeah, they have been fighting it out around the country.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Tyler, then Kelly.
You're always last, mate.
I know.
Please remember your name.
Just to, I guess, to make it more understandable, in a nutshell, what would this, if we voted to accept all of these, what influence would it have on the current developments that stand under PC14 and the future developments in the area? I'm only thinking really for myself around the sales yard and the proposed apartments that go around that sales yard, but what effects would that have on the current developments that it stands?
So developments that are coming up now, if they've already gone through building consent and resource consent, I believe it doesn't affect them, but Mark can correct me if that's wrong.
So the plan change is a change to an existing rule in the district plan, which requires insulation. So any applicant for resource consent or building consent has had to provide insulation to mitigate the effect of noise. This plan change amends that rule. It doesn't remove the requirement, nor and the consequence of the plan change really is that it may alter the design of the development in terms of how much insulation they need to provide. The rule prior to this change potentially required someone to provide more insulation than was required if the noise environment was less noisy. Conversely, in some situations, someone may have not provided enough insulation, and so that comes with the cost for the property owner. And so what the plan change does is ensures that the insulation that's proposed in a development like on the sales yard site is tailored to the noise environment.
They've already got resource consent for that.
Oh, then
it goes ahead as is.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And as far as PC14, we're expecting with PC14 that there'll be more development closer to roads and railways. So what it will do is make it more livable. No worries.
Kelly.
Thank you. Do we have any idea of what kind of cost it's going to be? I mean, I know it's a difficult question to answer, but 10%, 5%, any idea?
Okay, so the Economist says that they've had a look at a few studies, and I'm just going to read it to you. Waka Kotahi's study suggests that within 20 metres of a busy road, the additional construction costs for acoustic mitigation, and this is from not having acoustic mitigation, so ours is only a fraction of this, for a single and double storey building are 9% and 8% higher than standard dwellings. It's a distance of 60 metres, the additional cost is 5% and 4%, and at 90 metres the cost is 3% and 2%. However, a recently completed case study assessment conducted for Waka Kotahi suggests that the cost may be on order of 1 to 2%. Now, he also looked at how much it would cost to mitigate noise at source, and it's a whole lot more.
Yeah. So that would just be additional cost, not on the whole building, but just on what they would have done. Is that right?
Yeah. So this is dealing with buildings within a prescribed distance of the road. If a building's outside, so if you've got a multi-unit development and the first two units fronting that road are within the defined distance, then they need to be insulated to mitigate the effect of noise. And that may be only on the facades facing the road as opposed to the rear of those buildings. And it may be that because of the defined distance the rule applies to, that the unit at the far end of a lane is exempt and doesn't need to comply with the rule. It's all down to where the noise is greatest, and that's closest to the road.
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish the context. So, 2 or 3 or whatever percent more to mitigate the sound, but not on the cost of the entire unit. So it just sounds like it's just that particular wall, or yeah.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying?
That depends where, like it's case by case, because it depends where the sound's going to hit. If the sound's going to hit like that, then it's 3 walls.
The estimates that Abby quoted based on case studies, recognising there'll be a plethora of different scenarios, but it's some indication.
Thank you. No more questions. Yanni? Yep.
So just thank you. I just wanted to clarify if this includes vibration, and if any thoughts gone into that. Does this include vibration effects?
No, the current rule does not address vibration. Vibration is something we're looking at in options to mitigate from industrial sources, which we'll be reporting to the Combined Community Board on in June.
So is that a massive gap in our district plan that we don't have any controls on vibration?
We have controls on vibration in the context of earthworks rules, but not in terms of the subsequent land use development that's established, and that's something that other plans do have. So yes, it's a matter that's not addressed.
And just, sorry, two more questions of clarification. One is, does this just, I see in one of the tables, it's 100 metres from the centre of the nearest railway track. Mm-hmm. So this isn't, like there's a lot of railway land in the corridor, that special purpose zone railway, that KiwiRail let all sorts of people use. Is that covered from this, or is it just a purely a distant distance from where the trains go?
It's the distance from where the trains go, because that's where the noise is. So we did discuss whether we put it from the edge of the boundary, from the edge of the designation, but that could mean that it goes further out for the people down here and actually not affected because the trains are over here.
Right, even though there's a lot of adverse activity that can occur in that KiwiRail zone because it's got very permissive planning.
The rule deals with noise generated by traffic on roads and rail corridors. We've also got rules in the plan that requires if someone's undertaking an industrial activity on railway land, they still have to comply with noise limits measured at the boundary of the residential zone.
And just the final question from me of clarification was, in paragraph 48, it says that there should be considered a wider and more in-depth review of the noise chapter. So is there a work program underway to do that, or do we need a specific resolution to ask staff to do that?
So we had a briefing on our program, and recently the staff are looking at a plan change for the central city in terms of noise, not just road and rail noise, but also from live music as well as Te Kaha. That's looking at noise in a greater sphere.
Right, I guess I was meaning more across, like obviously this is across the city, which seemed to indicate a bit of a gap in the upper external noise limits that we're allowing. So,
Councillor Johansson, obviously that's not in relation to this particular matter of the item, and I think we can take that offline and have a discussion between officers and come back to you.
oh, sorry, it does say it's within scope, and it does say it was something that was sort of recommended. So.
This plan change is limited to consideration of noise from road and rail corridors. Any other matters in terms of noise in that chapter we would need to deal with separately, and we're doing so in terms of the central city and industrial interface, but we'll report separately on that.
Thank you, Mark. No more questions. We'll go into debate. Anyone want to debate? The mover is Tyler and the seconder is Tim. Sorry, didn't tell you. So moving to debate. Anyone got any debate? Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the work that staff have done on this. I think giving greater certainty around a rule that I think was previously pretty confusing is a good thing. And I think, obviously, I understand the impact of the cost if we were to shift the responsibility on those who are causing the noise. But I do think we should consider what we can do as part of the wider noise issues in our city. It is inherently unfair on communities that they have to pay the cost of the operators who generate the noise and the vibration. And I'm very disheartened that we seem to be very permissive in regards to vibration. So I think, when I've dealt with complaints along railway corridors in the past and from highways as well, or from arterial roads, one of the biggest concerns has been the speed of which the heavy vehicles or the trains go through and the weight that they have, that then leads to really unfair impacts on communities. And I think there's no reason why that shouldn't be able to be addressed in a very straightforward and cost-effective manner. There's also, I think, we do need to think about requirements around maintenance as well. That was another one of those issues that came up with the KiwiRail. when I represented the Heathcote area was the fact that the tracks weren't being maintained, and if they maintain them to a better standard, better smoothness, then that would enable the vibrations and the noise to be less than what was currently being generated. So, I think there's a whole bunch of operational stuff that we should not lose sight of, but I don't think that should be a reason to not agree to this plan change today. I think this is, some tools that will help, but fundamentally, I do think as a city, in terms of our district plan, we've got one of the most permissive district plans in the country. The adverse effects that are coming from it and things like heavy industry and the way they use our city and land use needs to be addressed, particularly around noise and vibration, urgently. So I'd support us doing some work on that as soon as we can.
Thank you. Any other debate? Right. Yeah, sorry, Tim, you did have your name. Yeah.
Yeah, look, thank you, and I have a totally new admiration for you after reading through this and trying to keep the will to live. When it was going to the bold underline, the black underline, the bold green underline, the red bold underline, and the red bold dotted underline was, anyway, and it's great for the colourblind, I have to say. Look, we cannot put the weight on those that are delivering or creating the noise, because if that were the case, you couldn't have any traffic in the central city, you couldn't have any highways, etc. And at times you are in a situation where you, economically or whatever, you buy a railway line or an airport or whatever, and these things are already existing and you've got to just live with them. The two things I like with this is trying to curb the cost, so try and make the simplicity of it, so trying to help the developers and the house owners and buyers, etc. But also trying to be practical. So, and looking at this, it's just a nightmare, and I can see why planners earn their money, and so hopefully do lawyers. But I'm really in support of this, so thank you.
Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm in support of this too. I think putting the burden on, I guess, transport is a difficult issue. I am a bit confused by something that happened in the subdivision that I live in, where a flying fox was taken out by council because of complaints from the neighbours. So I'm not quite sure how they both fit together, but I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Okay, no more debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Good. Carried. Thank you.
Well done, Mark and Abby. Really good work. Thank you.
Don't run away, Mark. So we've now got plan item 12. Sam's happy to move it. Pauline's happy to second it. Are there any questions of Mark? Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried.
Supplementary.
Okay, so now, can I have a mover and seconder to include the supplementary report, please? Pauline and... And Tim. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So now we move on to item 17, the notice of motion for the South Library.
Put the motion. Put the motion.
Yeah. Who are we having?
So you've got a proposal and a second.
Okay. I'd like to put this motion.
No, in terms of accepting it.
Sorry, I'm losing it.
Wait.
Yeah, I've done it. I've done it.
Yeah.
Have you? He hasn't.
Yeah, that's
maybe
what
okay, right. I did.
seconded.
Sorry, yes. So I said, yep. I'll now put the motion to use.
No. Wait.
Supplementary report.
So what I'd like to do before it's moved and seconded is for people to have a look at the wording and just comfortable with it.
Excuse me.
Hang on, stop, Tim.
And staff,
Yes.
Yeah, we're one step ahead.
Yes, you've jumped before you've got to the point of accepting the supplementary item.
I asked for a mover and seconder, but I didn't do the thing. So, is everyone here? I'll put the motion. Are we happy? All those in favour of accepting the supplementary report? Against? Aye. Thank you. Carried. Right.
Right.
Now
you're in item 17.
Yes.
Okay, so we have our notice of motion. Tim has some amended wording, so if you down. So this needs as Tim is the mover of this notice of motion, this needs to be agreed to by the majority of the meeting to be accepted. And then once seconded, no further amendments can be made.
So the original motion that got passed by the committee of the whole last term was at least a like for like. A like is a different, it's two separate words. And it was at least. But actually I'm not comfortable with the wording until I've actually had the advice from staff over the numbers and the budget. Would be where I would sit, because normally we have the advice from staff and questions and things before we do the wording and things anyway.
Happy that we give advice.
Some of the history would be useful, I think, Mary.
We have put a memo out to you that plots through the history. What we can confirm today is that the scope has not changed, that it was as planned as a like-for-like building. The budget for construction has not changed. The architects are doing their preliminary design based on the agreed construction price and also on the scope. When that preliminary design is drafted, it will go to the board for review and discussion and to key stakeholders and to council, and then a finalised preliminary design will be developed and will be fully costed. At that stage, when there is costings in place, that will be the time to review the budget and also the scope of the project. So it's that time there'll be a confirmed cost of both construction and also the wider project in itself. So that's where we are, but the key things are we can confirm that the scope hasn't changed since the request in June, and also the budget for construction hasn't changed since the architects were contracted.
Thank you. We'll do Melanie first, then Sarah.
So what's the budget for construction?
So we usually don't like to say this in public because it does mean that when we go out for tender, everybody knows what our price is. The price is in that memo, 15 million for construction at a 6,100 per square metre cost. The remaining budget there at the moment is for fit out, temporary location, for project management and for other factors. There's also will be in this project additional money or funding coming in from the Parks Heathcote Renewal Project, which will cater for the landscaping and work around there. And then there may be, when the final budget does come through to you to approve, there may be additional costs around contingency that you may want to build into it.
Thank you, Mary. Sarah.
Thanks. So if the construction price hasn't changed, what has changed in the meantime that you don't believe the original estimate needs to be on the books?
So because our advice is we do not have a preliminary design to actually start adjusting budgets on now. It's just hypothetical. So if you adjust the budget now, you are likely to be adjusting and reviewing it again in a few months. And so that actually it's better to make decisions based on information and facts. And our advice is you get it when you get the information and facts around when the preliminary design has actually been costed. Otherwise, there is no design and you're just hypothetically grabbing a figure.
Okay, and is the preliminary design going to go to the community board or to council for sign-off?
Yes, so that's what I did say in the walkthrough, but Darren can give you the timing of that.
So just for, it's quite important, and no disrespect, Mary, concept design, then we move into preliminary. Concept design, and absolutely there'll be a briefing through the community board before we go out any further. Having done a number of these in my career at council, that's a well-worn path. And as Mary said, it would be the concept design after that process with a 2023 price on it that comes back here to allow you to understand what the difference is between existing budgets and or any additional funding that may be required.
So as a matter of principle, I like the idea that we design to fit for purpose and then we work out it is. But the reality at council is normally that we have a set budget in somewhere and then that's worked towards. And we had in writing on the 5th of April the following statement. There's absolutely no ambiguity at the moment that the South Library Steering Group is currently working towards a $22.5 million budget. And they were the words that we had which is why we've expressed concern knowing that the estimate for the rebuild was several $1 million higher than that, and that staff were clear that they were working to a budget rather than to a scope.
Yes, so it's a difference between the construction price and the budget for the project. So as I said, the construction price hasn't changed.
Yeah, but that's $7 million less than this.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were trying to make sure that, and we had a lot of interest from the design market to be involved in this project, that we were giving them all an equal opportunity to be clear at the outset that we were constrained initially on budget, so that we didn't end up running away with grandiose visions, and that the scope, as Mary said, that we gave them hasn't changed during that period. So absolutely, I can give you that confirmation at the project team that the scope hasn't changed. It will be at least like for like, and it will be fit for purpose, and all of the services and functionality that are currently in the South Library will be in the new facility if we end up in the new facility. Because we are of course still looking at we're still doing another piece of work also, Sarah, about the repair and strengthening scheme. That was also the direction, just to bring those numbers back as well.
Thanks.
Okay, Tyler, then Sam.
Just one question. When you're setting budgets, and I know this was the same for like Te Matatiki, do you include contingencies within that budget itself?
At the time that we come back in a firm decision, we will include contingency in there. We would not advise going ahead with a project without contingency.
Okay. That's all the questions I've got. Thank you.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you both, and for being very, very clear on where this is at. Look, I think probably just for anyone watching, I just wondered if you could talk through really briefly just the budget to date. So there was, I just think it would be useful in terms of if we go to what the estimate was overall, what's on budget, and then what we've done with sort of subsequent government money. Could you talk through that?
Yep, and it's probably is worth clarifying because of a misunderstanding in that last council meeting. So what is in the what was in the 2021-23 long-term plan was $12,597 million. That was in that 21 to 31 budget. It was inflationary adjusted in the capital program, because year on year we look at inflationary adjusting projects, and it went up to 13.6 million. So that is in the capital program for this project. And then last year you also decided or agreed to allocate $9 million from the Better Off funding towards this project. So that brought the total to 22.6 million. Now, the capital program may be inflationary adjusted again this year. That decision has not been made, so that would actually see some more movement in that to inflationary within the capital program as well. So that's at the moment there's 22.6. It may go up $1 million or so with inflationary adjusting.
Yeah.
And then you'll be able to make a decision when the actual design comes in.
No, that's really useful. Thank you, Mary. So then I guess and it's hypothetical, but had we not had the Better Off funding, am I right in sort of saying that there would have been the money inflationary adjusted on budget, but then the normal council processes, as long as the scope doesn't change, actually once we've got the price, we would budget that at the time?
Yes, at the time of Better Off funding, we made it really clear that we thought this project, because you'd already had the June report, would be well over the 13.6 million, and that is why staff recommended putting some of the Better Off funding towards this project.
So what I'm struggling to understand is what's changed over the last month or two, where there seems to be some confusion over this. What have we done internally? I know there was talk of sort of Phil getting involved in the like. What's changed internally?
I think there was some misunderstanding and some reporting terminology of project cost instead of build cost used in minutes, because I just went back and noticed some minutes where it was referring to those two things, and I think there was some fusion of which Darren mentioned, is that the project team were advised that actually what is on budget at the moment is 22.6. There is not the additional money on budget. I think the project team were not aware that the original 11 didn't go through better off and it came back to 9. So we were just clarifying with the project team what's on budget and what they will need, they need to consider.
But you've had no instruction from Phil or I or anyone to change anything, have you?
No,
Cool.
absolutely
Thank you.
not.
That's very useful. Thanks.
Jake.
So can I just clarify if what would have happened had there been no better off money and no notice of motion, we weren't discussing this today, would have been 12 million, 13 million, something like that on budget initially. A concept design would have been done. You would have come to us and said, look, this is now actually going to cost, let's say for argument's sake, I'm just putting a number out of my somewhere jacket pocket. This now is going to cost 25 million.
Yep.
So that concept design process and the cost associated with this project would have been the same.
Yep.
It just would have been a high difference.
We'll
Would have
reach
been
the
from
same
12
point with
to
the same
25.
number. The funding gap would have been bigger in that scenario.
Yeah, okay. All right,
And at that time, I may not complicate that, that's the decision that council would be making about do we value engineer this back to 13.6 or do we add the money?
As we often
As you always do.
As we always do. So the only difference is really that better off funding has narrowed the shot of the gap between.
That's right.
Because the scope hasn't changed.
Okay, so Tim. Yeah.
So, I mean, this all started because there was a change from the original amount the community board were told and the community were aware of to a lower amount that they're working to. And there's confirmation that the amount that they are working to, the project team.
Yes. So the project team know the budget and the architects who are doing the work are under contract for that price and that hasn't changed.
And when the higher amount was given to the community board and the community earlier and then changed later, it was acknowledged by council that that wouldn't have been enough anyway. So technically our scoping work is being done to a lesser amount, irrelevant of what when we go out for RFP. So the team are working on a budget that was 7 figures lower than what was given to the community board and community. Well, it's
So I think what was given to the community board was what the ballpark guesstimate by based on no design was going to be. It was given at about 25 point something. Yeah. That is not what's on budget, and it's not what it would be very unusual if that was a ballpark of what it was exactly what it was going to be once the design was done.
But a ballpark was put in there, and so to take amount off there, I'm confused why that would change without any discussion with the community board, because that's why we're here, or that's why I'm here.
So nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. The existing budget hasn't changed. The existing budget hasn't changed. The scope hasn't changed, and the budget that the consultants are working to hasn't changed. So nothing has changed.
Well, so if I went back to the original notice of motion, if I go back to the original and in 2B change that just the wording slightly in 2B from project budget to project scope, and I put that up, if there's been no change.
So
we've got a team working to a scope, which will then go out. There's a whole lot of work with any building project you do, but there's an amount that is being used at the start to guide them. That's changed. When it was originally.
It hasn't. No, it hasn't.
So you're saying that.
Sorry, if I can. There's a. If I can just try and illustrate. There's the total project budget, which pays for everything you need from end to end. Within that is what I'd call the tender for construction cost. That hasn't changed, and that's been what's guiding the design team, both the scope that hasn't changed and the total outturn cost for when we tender this thing. We've said it needs to fit within a sort of a $15 million budget. It's the bit beyond the tender price that we're trying to, at management and operational level, bring back in a little bit in terms of the additional costs, the professional fees, as Mary outlined, the professional fees and all the other things.
Temporary location, all those sort of
Yeah,
things.
the moving to the Catchmere Club, the all those other things. So what you'll see when we come back again is a concept with a new price on it that may be 15 million, or in the current environment of construction escalation and other things, may be more than that. But the scope hasn't changed. The cost to deliver that scope may change.
So why was the 24.9 put up to in the first place?
Because at the time it was about providing some high-level strategic direction about the project in terms of the value for money proposition being better to pursue a rebuild at a lesser cost than refurbishing and repairing what we've got. So QSs, professional, using market analytics from up and down New Zealand, using square metre rates to say a like-for-like facility with all the other build-ups you put around it would be in this order, 24.9, and pursuing a repair, strength and refurbishment of what you've got was, I think, 26 or slightly more.
Yeah.
And that was used to inform some direction for the project as to which we'd pursue. We are still looking and costing repairing and strengthening of the existing building to be able to bring that back at the same time once we've been out with the concept and we've priced it up again to give some current 2023 data to you to allow you to make some decisions about the funding and the press and go on a rebuild option if that's what's decided.
So I'm still confused if that's the case of being able to drop 2.4 million off it.
So it's not. It's sort of like you say they were saying it could be in the magnitude of 2.9.
Yep.
Now we're saying what is actually on budget at the moment is 2.4.
Yep.
You could put another 2 million there if you like at the moment, but it'll make no difference to design. It'll make no difference to what we're doing now. What you will do is you'd add 2 million now, and then you'd be adding or subtracting millions later when we actually get the information of which to make the design. That figure was just a ballpark figure, as Darren said, to give you an indication of the magnitude you were working on. 2.4, they're basically just avoiding saying 25.
Yep.
And there's things when you go through that ballpark that are potentially overcosted and things that are left out, as I said, like the contingency left out. So that's just a ballpark figure.
So it doesn't really make any difference whether it's 22.5 or 24.9.
No.
So
not today.
Not
so
today.
if I then went back to the original notice of motion and I changed in 2B the one word, down to go, the project. So on the first line, change the project wording, the project budget, and I change that to project scope and leave the rest. That's irrelevant then. That'll work.
Absolutely. Because if you change what's on budget today, you'll be changing it again in a few months' time.
And that's what the whole frustration was. We are miles away from an end result.
That's right.
But to drop 2.5 million off at this stage seems ridiculous. So if I could just, with the permission of the seconder, in that first line of B, change that the project budget to project scope, and leave that it's there and put that up.
So you.
For what advice that there's no difference. Is that?
Are we able to change notes?
Yeah, well, we haven't. Yeah.
You've already got the project scope, fit for purpose scope of the project. That the project, you could say confirmation that the project scope has remained unchanged.
At an estimate of, or has remained unchanged by year.
Yeah, so just after scope has remained unchanged rather than the original estimate. Full stop. Full stop.
Well, yeah. This is where I'm obviously on a different train to the rest because No,
You could just say remain unchanged, given that the council approved the rebuild.
but we have a team working to a lower scope, and that's
No,
No, we
you don't.
No, we don't.
You have
so going back to my 24.9 or whether it's 22.5 is no difference.
Well-
but it is to the community because and to the community board because there's
what we're
Something says-
advising to you is that you have no real basis on which to identify that the budget for this is going to be 24, or the cost
No.
of this is going to be 24.9.
or 22.5 or 19 or
No,
30.
the only difference is that you have 22.5 on budget.
And you will have an opportunity in the months to come through the community board, through the engagement process, and again to land it back here to see what the new number is going to be. So you'll get an opportunity then to know whether in new money that number's still relevant or not.
If you were going to add 22 million or $2 million to the budget now, you would need better advice than you've got, because you'd need to be making that on some basis and have the rate impact and having that would be, you know, the Local Government Act, as you know, requires that when you make a decision, you're making it on best information. You've got no solid information to make that on.
Okay. Tyler.
Kia ora. Apologies again, and I'm a newbie here, so I don't have the full story. But I am if Councillor Scandrick's confused, I'm 10,000 times more confused about the situation. Is it a breakdown of communication? Because we're getting things from community board and councillors with one story and another from staff about another story. Is it actually communication that is the issue here, not necessarily the numbers?
Yeah, it could be. I think the community board chair and deputy chair were confident today in the process, and were confident in the process of going for fit for purpose scope. I think they spoke to the councillors about that. So I think the community board chair and deputy chair were comfortable with the resolution A.
Okay.
But I think there has been some not clear communication and also lack of clarity of terminology. It's exactly like me saying that it was going to be, costs would be made on preliminary rather than concept, because you go from concept where you set a price, and you go to preliminary where you firm up the price, and then you go on. So there's terms project cost being used instead of construction cost at times. So it could have been some confusion early on.
So it's more around the detailed communication that wasn't really clear between community board and staff.
And potentially people assuming that the 24.9 was an approved budget rather than an estimate of the magnitude of what it might cost.
Right. That's exactly right.
So that was just an estimate that no one would rely on, that was giving you a magnitude of what this might cost.
Sure.
It wasn't the budget that was approved.
Retrospectively, I'm just trying to think about this in terms of other community projects around our city. I know there's going to be quite a few in the LTP potentially. Is maybe just noting that we might need to just look at improving those columns somehow. I'm not sure how, but I think it's I don't want to be here talking about something that could definitely be mitigated, but I definitely see the point in this. So just for clarification for me as a new councillor, and obviously for the public, your scope is around the 22 point something million for the works. It's all going to be fit for purpose. There's going to be no cuts within that project, and it was all agreed upon from the community board.
So the scope is around the design brief. So you give a design brief to somebody about what you want in this building. They design a building up with this, and then it's costed.
Okay.
And I think it probably is worthwhile for the community boards to give an explanation around projects and that clarification of the different stages of projects, and at different projects you get more precise budgets, and we saw that in every project we get. We put a holding thing in the LTP without any knowledge of what it is. We, as we move through the stages, we get more certainty around cost. and also clarity around the difference between a project budget and a build and the build cost or construction cost in that.
Okay.
Okay. Sarah, please.
Thanks. So a couple of things on the design brief and the scope. I can't remember that coming either to council or to the community board. So some of this may be around the fact that it's hard to have confidence in it when we actually haven't seen the actual design brief and what's been sent out, so that we can have confidence that it is that like for like, at least like for like, but also over the sustainability aspects. So we know that we can now build facilities that are net negative, for example, so St Albans, that kind of thing. And we have a resolution from the committee last term around really high sustainability standards. So could we get a briefing to the community board on the full design brief and scope for the project?
Absolutely.
And the sustainability measures that are being scoped and included?
We're striving for net carbon zero on this building, which was part of the adaptive reuse of the concrete slab within the existing facility.
And water use and all of those bits and pieces. So any budget that we initially set is just a holding kind of thing.
Yes.
In any of our projects. But we have heard in the past as councillors, people saying, well, that's your budget and that's what we're working to. And so it's difficult in this circumstance, although I agree with how it is, to see this for the first time working this way, if that makes sense.
No, usually, like, what's on budget is sort of the ball, in the early days. This is the envelope that you've got. But you get more precise on that as you go along. And
the difference here, I guess, was that we knew that the existing budget initially in 13 was way exponentially away from where it needed to be. So that early piece of work, just to go back again to inform some thinking around repair or rebuild, that was the number of the 24.9.
And so when you've talked me about the fact that maybe there's some unclear language, that kind of thing. How do you explain the words then that came to us that say absolutely no ambiguity at the moment that the South Library Steering Group is currently working towards a $22.5 million budget?
So
they're the words on paper that came to us on the 5th of April. Yeah.
So that is what's on budget at the moment?
That's what they are currently working towards, not working towards a scope. And not working towards just doing the thing and then what will be when it comes to the budget. Does that make sense?
I think it is clear that that is what's on budget and that's what the team are working towards. It has an impact on the scope, because the scope of the budget was set at that building and construction cost, and that was locked into the contract with the architects. So they are working, people work towards a budget. It's not saying you have an open envelope and go ahead and build whatever you like, because that's not.
So you're just saying now that they're working towards a budget and trying not to go, but what happens if the construction cost is higher than that to actually get it?
That will come back to council.
That's right, and that's what we're going to bring back here is a refreshed number, which could be a shock or not.
Which would be to the original scope. Yes. The scope has not changed.
That's right.
Yanni, would you like to have?
Thank you. Can I suggest that maybe the staff would like to brief the community board rather than, because it seems like there's a lot of technical, detailed wording that people want clarification on what different terms means. So my understanding is council already has resolutions where a report is going to come back to endorse both the cost and the design. And I can't understand why we're spending all this time on it today when staff have given like really clear answers to the resolutions that we've already passed as a council. So is it like, are you able just to tell us when is it coming back to council? Appreciate it's going to community board as well, but I'm just, I guess, frustrated that the community board councillors are asking a lot of questions. They've had briefings, but we haven't. So
I can answer that on the current trajectory, and we're just finishing some engagement with Mana Whenua at the moment. We're expecting, if everything works out, that we'll be back to full council. I think it's a date, I want to say the 28th of July, somewhere around about there, with a report that covers what you'd asked for, which was what does repair and strengthen look like in cost? Where have you got to with your concept plan, and what does that cost? And then we'll allow you to make some decisions about which one. So the current budget and the current QS cost will be visible to you all at that point. So
like
late July,
we always do. Thank you.
Sorry, is there any chance, because I'm just mindful that obviously we've been through the annual plan hearings as well. A number of people in the community are raising concerns and challenging us on what's happening with South Library. So is there any way that we could get that report ahead of finalising the draft annual plan, so that if we do need to make budget changes, then we're in a position to do that rather than wait to the LTP?
I don't think you'll get it that quick.
The current program after that point then moves us through, as Mary talked about, the developed design, the detailed design. At the moment, the program has us beginning to need, let's say additional funding, whatever the number is, for if it's a rebuild that you choose to vote for. It'd be year one of the LTP, so we don't need money in the annual plan year. We have sufficient money at the moment to progress through the detail, through the design and engagement process. The letting of a construction contract, the decanting, the closing of the existing facility, if that's what we choose, that all happens in year one of the LTP. So I think coming back here in July with an updated number would allow some discussions about funding in the LTP for year one to happen.
So that gives reassurance to the elected members sat in here that there is an ability to adjust the budget if they choose to do so once you have concrete figures.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Melanie, please.
Look, this whole thing started because we were told that the scope had actually kind of decreased in terms of the budget. Now, we had a minutes from a briefing that we had on the 2nd of February this year, where it talks about staff noted the design team is currently working to an approximately $25 million build cost, and then the build cost will be reassessed after the concept plan is complete. And then we hear the one that Sarah's read out, which we got 2 months later, which is a different amount. So I guess the question is, it does seem to me that there has been a change, and it's a pity that this is happening, really. So I guess it's not really a question, but there do seem to be two different numbers floating around, and our board is concerned about that, which is why this is here.
So that is what I referred to before about wrong terminology, wrong records before. So we noticed that as well. So neither 22 or 24 are the build cost of this.
The interesting thing is the construction cost you've talked about today. I mean, that's never been brought up once until the first time I heard it was today about anything to do with construction costs. Anyway,
probably take that on board as a lesson, and I'm very happy to come to the community board in the very near future to talk about some of those phrases or otherwise.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, and it's probably also not strictly a question, although I can dress it up to pretend like it is if need be. But a lot of these big, particularly community projects, swimming pools, libraries, they smack of political risk, particularly when a community board has answers that come back slowly or they're just technical in nature. I'm just wondering if we can, maybe there could be a new process where if budgets are ever questioned or are under suspicion as being under threat or for clawbacks, whether either yourself as the head of vertical capital delivery or even you, Mary, maybe get on the phone to the community board chair and something like that
Absolutely.
would probably help.
Thank you, Jack. And lastly, Sam, before we go on.
Thank you. That's been really, really useful and clear. So just for the avoidance of doubt, if we weren't to have had the Three Waters thing been knocked on the head, and we no, just wait, I was good to you for today. So if we weren't to put any money on budget from the Better Off funding towards the library, right now we would only have that 12 million on budget, wouldn't we? Plus the inflation adjustment.
12 adjusted.
Yeah, the 3 so plus
yeah.
inflation.
And I asked that because it just hopefully explains to everybody the fact that the budget is irrelevant to the scoping. So
Yeah.
am I wrong in saying that?
No, that's exactly right.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, so Jake wants to say something else.
Another way, if the project comes in at 25 million, let's say round figure, and we were to, even though it wouldn't be obviously good practice to put $100 million on budget for this project, we would have $75 million change after. Right. Okay.
Okay. Yep. So Tim has obviously moved it, and Melanie.
Yeah, look.
Sorry.
And some. So if I went back to this and you take the numbers out, I mean, Melanie did say, and she's right. We've had two figures over a series of months, and it was going to be based on scoping, but there's no scoping report between those two figures.
Yeah. So if it just in case, and this is just
Mary
clarifying Councillor McDonald's question. If there's any question that there's been pressure from anywhere to clarify the situation, it has come from me. When I saw those minutes, it said the project budget is 25 million. And I went back to the team and said, no, what is on budget is 22, and it should not be, you should clarify the difference between project and build. So it was those minutes that jumped out to me that said they've used the wrong term in terms of project versus build, and they've used the wrong sum. So there has been no manipulation and pressure. It's just clarifying the facts of the situation that has been where it is. There has been no attempt to change scope. There has been no attempt to downgrade this. This is my local library and community centre, and it's very dear to me. So I have not been trying to slash the budget of it at all.
Right. So I really want to get on with this. So Tim is. Okay, Melanie would like to say something.
Could we maybe recess for 5 minutes and then come up with the amended
I
wording?
just want to say something, please.
Okay.
I prefer 2A, which says at least. That doesn't.
Yeah. Yep.
So seek confirmation. Project team who wrote this? The original 2A was better than that too.
Yeah.
It's very quick.
Yeah, I just don't have time today.
Seek the intention is at least a like for like fit for purpose scope for this project. That's what was that?
So that's. Can you move to where we? I think it's that seek confirmation that the project team. Wasn't it going to be that the project team have confirmed that the project scope is at least like for like fit for purpose. So number 2 is that the project team have confirmed or has confirmed.
Okay.
So
are we all happy? So
so sorry, it's not seek confirmation. It's that the project team has confirmed. Take the seek out.
Capital T, the
The
project.
team.
So what notes that?
Okay.
Just a question of clarification. Just a question of clarification. Did you want to add the resolution that we put in about the Linwood pool as well, about value engineering, or?
What the fuck?
No.
Okay.
You
Clarified, as a notice of motion, and Tim's notice of motion in particular, he's the only one to make changes, which, because this has been amended from the original notice of motion submitted, that has to be agreed to by the majority of members to get this. Yep, so Tim's moved. We need a majority of the members to agree to this amended wording.
Yep. Anyone unhappy?
Great.
Right.
Now I need a seconder. And no amendments can be made after it's been seconded?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I still think it should.
So we're now we're now in debate. No, we haven't got any of that. Okay, Tim.
So I moved, I'll start it. Look, in almost 10 years of being here, this is the most confusing spot I've ever been in. It's just ridiculous, and it does come down to what Councillor Harrison Hunt, one of our newest councillors, said. It's about communication. And it's we have a community that thinks that there's been a cut, there actually hasn't. You could put the P under the cups, move the cups around. But the key here, which I'm trying to ensure, is that the purpose, the like for like and purpose for a 21st century library and community centre is absolutely at the forefront of everybody's thinking, not just mine, because this library caters for communities from as far east as the sea and into Selwyn, as into the Banks Peninsula and in past the central city. It caters for so many people. It is so important to us. It's just really been so disappointing today, I have to say, but I just hope that this will just give it a bit of a firm keel and way forward, and I hope I'll have your support. I find it's just a wee bit ridiculous, to be quite honest. Thank you.
Sam.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, and thanks, Tim. Look, I mean, look, ultimately, this stuff, it's never easy, but I think it is good to have a public discussion around just clarifying the position if there are concerns in the community. Look, I'm more than happy to support this, but I do want to acknowledge, I think, the team that have clarified for us. You know, for some people that didn't quite understand it, I think that's really useful. But I think just for anybody sort of looking or watching it, the way I kind of see it is actually that nothing has changed. Ultimately, if we hadn't had the Better Off funding as part of that, nothing still will have changed. So to be really, really clear, all we did was have the money that was originally on budget. We've topped it up with some government money, and we've said actually once the scope, which hasn't changed, is determined, we will then top that up to the appropriate amount. So I guess I've been sort of frustrated for the last wee while about the anxiety that has been created in the community when, unless I was missing something, actually nothing has changed. So look, I just want to acknowledge Tim, I think, for championing your local community. I think that's the point of being a councillor around this table. I think you've done it in a really dignified way. And I think ultimately we've actually got to a position now where the community can be reassured that nothing has changed. No, nothing has been done behind closed doors. Nothing has been done that would alter this situation. And we're acting with good faith and integrity with the community to ensure we get a good product for them at the end. But like every other project, and we have a capital budget of well over $400 million a year that deals with this kind of stuff, we are following the standard process, which simply tidies it up once we know that quantum. Putting 100 million, I think, like Jake said, on budget now, we could do it. Helen might have something to say about it. But ultimately, and Dawn certainly would, but ultimately, I think it just goes to show that point that the budget at the moment is not the point because the scope hasn't changed. So I guess, you know, I'll support this, Tim, knowing that you've worked so hard for your local community to get this over the line, and nothing has changed. Cool.
Okay, Mark.
Sure. My video is not working for some reason, but audio I'm hoping is.
Yes, fine.
So happy to support this for Tim and his community, and yeah, hopefully the confusion of terminologies and the grey area of communications being ironed out today, and the community out there can go forward with confidence that they're going to get a like-for-like and fit-for-purpose facility to move on to the 21st century. So nice work, Tim, representing your community, and here's hoping we can get these communication channels all cleared out in future so we don't have to come back to this sort of situation again.
Thank you, Mark. Tyler?
Kia ora. I would just like to give a shout out to the Community Board and Councillor Scandrett for the passion that he's put into this project. I know, but even before I started at Council, he's been heavily supporting this along with Sarah and Mel. And it's really important that we invest in infrastructure that supports and educates our young people, while at the same time providing a safe space for all of our residents around our city to feel like they're at home. I'd also like to highlight and reiterate the importance of communication, particularly with our elected members. It can easily be blown up for something that actually could be avoidable. And that just comes down to simple lines of communication, of which are open, transparent, and very, very clear. And let me reiterate that last word. When elected members have staff in front of them at the table, it can sometimes make staff feel like they're in the furnace in some community boards and some wards. And I know how pressure can get with staff, but at the same time, elected members are so passionate about their communities that they actually want to hear the stuff that's good for their communities and that's beneficial for their communities. So at the same point, understanding that, I want to give a shout out to Mary and Co for the clear understanding. For a confusing councillor and a new councillor, it became a lot more clear to me. And I really support this motion, Tim and co. I really appreciate your work on this. Kia ora.
Melanie, then Tyrone.
Look, the concerns that the community board has were very valid, because this was not come out of nowhere. It came because a concern was flagged to a member of the board, and that member of the board brought it to us. And so all of us as a community board teamed together and then asked questions. And when we did ask questions, it took a long time to get a response. And when it takes a long time to get a response, you wonder what's going on. And so therefore we pegged questions. And so I think, like Councillor Harrison-Hunt said, responses and answering questions and clarity is basically all that we're asking for, because as you can see from the annual plan, and when I went down to the library to inform people about this, we all know that that library is more than just a library. Like you've said, it's a community space. It's almost like a person to people. So we just want to get the right replacement for that building.
Okay, Tyrone.
I just again shout out to Tim. He's been resolute in defending his community on this, and is not actually afraid to make tough calls and go into bat, like the leadership he showed around the Dyers Pass Road intersection. I think that's another example of how he's really led there. The people in Cashmere Ward really do love their library. They love public ownership, and Tim understands that. And providing these things are a really core council business. It's public libraries are socialism in action, I think. So if that's what socialism is, then let's all be socialists on this.
Right, okay. Now, because everyone else... Oh, sorry, Sarah.
Kia ora. It's 10 years and 2 months and 3 days since I first sat in front of a council committee with Darren at the end of the table. I know, arguing over a community library, and at that stage, and that's what first kicked me off when it came to standing for community board back in beginning of 2013, and that experience and others since have been mixed. I started off with really low trust in the system. It's been built over times, and I know that everyone here wants the best for the communities, but I'm still really uncomfortable with this one. It's really clear that communication is an issue, but I think that people have been working at cross purposes, and I think that a briefing to the board that actually outlines the scope, because we keep talking about the scope hasn't changed. We've never signed off on the scope, and we've never seen the scope, and so it's really hard to have confidence that it hasn't changed. I'm happy to take Tim's lead on this as the local councillor, though I would have preferred the original wording, and yes, if we needed to come back again and change it, that would have been fine. And we had a whole report a year ago that did give the estimate and the justification for that original. And I've already heard from colleagues that actually they don't want to put on additional budget for this project. And that does worry me, and it's one of those indications that people did see that as a budget that is to be worked towards and not gone over, and not the scope. And so it's great that we have come here today and that it is all very clearly public, with promises from the organisation that it will be fit for purpose. We're looking at net zero, and that the scope itself hasn't changed. Thank you.
Right. When this notice of motion came, I was a bit confused, scratching my head, wondering what it was actually about, because I could see what we were supposed to be doing. But one good thing that has come out of it, it has cleared up a lot of confusion and clarified a lot of things, and people now know a lot more about the difference between scope, budget, like for like, and all sorts of things. But I just want to say I'll support this to help it get the project done. it is time, and I've always been supportive of getting this thing done. I also want to acknowledge Tim, who has been a long-term advocate for the library and has always pushed his barrow for his community. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you. And with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
That was, yep. All against? Sorry, against? No, that is carried. Thank you very much. So we'll now... Karakia, please.
Kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātia ai te ara, kia tūraki whakataha ai, kia tūraki whakataha ai, haumie, huie, tāiki.
Thank you very much.
Darren?